break over the Christmas recess, and welcome to this reconvened meeting of Full Council, which was adjourned on the 11th of December 25 to consider the remaining items on the agenda, being items 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 21, 22 and 23. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the Council's website for public listening. Could I remind councillors to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing S in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute rather than raising your hand, and if you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Those in the room without access to Microsoft Teams chat, if you wish to speak, please catch the attention of Nick Evans, who will enter you into the chat. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any vote will be undertaken by roll call. And if a member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when rejoining the meeting, so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. Members may notice that when calling members to speak, I will refer to them formally and using their title, for example, Councillor Jones, so that it is clear who is a councillor and who, by process of elimination, is an officer. I'd like to remind members of the steps when considering motions and amendments which are substantive in nature. As previously stated, this will make proceedings easier to manage and clear for everybody, including the public. So if we move on to sederunt and apologies, Vlad, for the purpose of the minute, can you please provide the sederunt and any apologies received for this reconvened meeting?
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, members. We have 34 members present, 21 present here at HQ, 13 present on MS Teams, and we have apologies from Councillor Doogie Campbell, Councillor Dempster, Councillor Dryborough, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Slater and Councillor Walters. Members not present at the start meetings, Councillor Blake. I'm not sure if Councillor Drysdale's an apology.
Councillor Drysdale, certainly an apology.
Yeah. Okay, and Councillor Drysdale is also an apology.
Thank you for that, Vlad, and we'll get those noted for the minutes. Obviously, we had our declarations of interest and statements of connections already noted from the start of our meeting in December, so thank you. So if we move on to item 11, the purpose of this report is to provide members with an evaluation report on the effectiveness of the revised Chief Officer structural arrangements. We have Don Roberts, our Chief Executive, here to assist members with any questions on the report, with Lorna Meehan and Heather Carrigan in attendance also. So I will first of all just check if there's anything that, Don, you wish to add to the report.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, members. Nothing to add to the report other than to say that directors are in the room and able to respond to any questions that might relate to specific services or directorates. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. So I have Councillor Wilson, your hand was up first, please.
Thank you, Convener. Morning all, and Happy New Year to everyone. The Labour Group has taken time to thoroughly scrutinise this report that we have in front of us today, like I'm sure we all have. And I have a number of points that I would like to raise. So I want to begin by emphasising that the concerns I'm about to outline are raised in a spirit of support and constructive challenge. Our shared goal is to ensure that this council operates with processes that are fit for purpose and delivers the standard of service that the residents of Dumfries and Galloway rightly expect from us as elected members and council colleagues. The evaluation outputs have thrown up a number of worrying facts, and my first point relates to the concerns expressed by both elected members and the workforce regarding the restructure implemented 18 months ago. Members will recall that in October 2023, the Chief Executive set out the rationale and intended benefits of this restructure, stating that with the right structure and resources in place, the Council would be better positioned to deliver on the Council plan. A key aim of the restructure was to create a one Council approach, enabling seamless delivery for our customers. Unfortunately, the Labour Group has received consistent feedback from staff indicating that this has not been achieved. Elected members who should be integral to this one Council approach now at times find themselves unable to access the critical information required to make informed decisions or fully answer queries from constituents. This is a significant and unacceptable fracture in the governance of this Council. We firmly believe that elected members and the Council officers must work collaboratively. We share the same purpose and goal, which is delivering high quality, fit for purpose services to the communities we represent. The restructure was intended to modernise the organisation, improve efficiency and strengthen customer focus by aligning customer services with digital transformation. Yet the staff self-assessment makes clear that digital exclusion persists given the inconsistent systems and processes still in use. The Chief Executive also highlighted the need for new Assistant Director roles to provide strategic focus and increase resilience across the Council. These posts increased costs at a time when budgets were already under severe pressure, and we raised concerns at the time. More concerning is that the recruitment process for these roles has resulted in one individual leaving the organisation and elected members calling for an external investigation by an independent legal firm. As this investigation is still underway, I'll not comment further, but the situation speaks for itself and is the complete opposite of resilience. Turning to the Council spending, I want to highlight two examples that demonstrate the shortcomings of the restructure. At the time of the restructure, the Labour Group did question the use of funds from social work budget to pay for the new structure, and despite assurances given by the Chief Executive, only months later the social work budget required an increase of £3 million. Members will also recall references to reducing consultancy spend, and I fully appreciate that on occasion some very technical expertise will be required, but last year the Council spent £2.5 million on consultants, an increase from £2.2 million the previous year and £1.3 million in 2021 to 2022. This trend is deeply concerning. At a recent Economy and Infrastructure Committee meeting, the Labour Group raised our concerns at the need to get external advice on the bus network. Historically, this Council had strong internal expertise in this area. Following the restructure, skilled officers left the organisation. This is a direct and damaging consequence of the structural changes. We are aware of a number of officers who have left the organisation, some without alternative employment. It is extraordinary that long-serving, dedicated, knowledgeable staff would choose to leave without another job lined up and be unemployed rather than work for this Council. And we know many more are actively seeking employment elsewhere due to the pressures created by the current structure. The staff self-assessments repeatedly highlight stress, pressure and a lack of career progression, despite the restructure's promise to create new pathways. Staff report a culture of jobs for the boys, as well as jobs for the girls, where advancement appears based on whether a face fits rather than on skills or merit. This perception, combined with sustained pressure, has driven morale to an all-time low. Our staff are the backbone of this Council. Without them, we cannot deliver the Council plan. They face public criticism daily, both in person and online. They should feel proud to serve the people of Dumfries and Galloway. Instead, many feel unable to even acknowledge their employment publicly. At the time of the decision in October 2023, we questioned the support from the trade unions for the structure. This time I went directly to hear their views. One trade union rep said to me, and I quote, "All these changes have increased levels of pressure for staff. New management styles and ideas have created various levels of anxiety and uncertainty due to management approaches. Based on the report before us, the views of staff and trade unions, and what I've said today, along with the concerns we have previously raised regarding the implementation of the matching policy and job evaluation scheme, the lack of transparency regarding structures beneath assistant directors and heads of service, despite us continually asking about them, and the escalating costs of the restructure at a time of financial challenge, the Labour Group has reached a clear conclusion, and that is that the intended benefits of the Chief Executive's Chief Officer restructure have not materialised, and that we must say that this restructure has failed and not met members' expectations. Therefore, I move the following motion to be added after 2.4, that we agree that the Chief Officer restructure has not achieved the intended outcomes, and further agree that a special meeting of full council be convened to determine a way forward to ensure this council is fit for purpose and delivers effectively for the residents of Dumfries and Galloway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So I would just, first of all, say thank you for your contributions. This is for members' contributions and any questions. I'm conscious of time. We don't have in our standing orders unless it's a motion, and once you have proposed a motion, we are limited to speaking for 5 minutes. And I would just ask members to be really mindful of time. If everybody takes significant time in their contributions, we will be here for quite some time. I would also just remind members at the start of the meeting, I asked for members not to repeat contributions already made. So there's been a lot of contributions in there, and while I appreciate members may feel with similar comments that they want to repeat, I would just plead for a little bit of brevity in our meeting today. So obviously there is an additional recommendation. If I could ask that that's sent to governance so it can be circulated to members. But I will first of all come to the Chief Executive to respond to some of those contributions and questions within that. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Wilson, for the comments. And I am going to just make some comments and responses first of all, but also invite Lorna and Heather to refer to the evidence within the report that relates to some of the points that you have raised. So obviously, you know, I welcome the intentions around, you know, support and constructive challenge. And, you know, we all as officers, senior officers and members together, you know, want to ensure that this council is effective, works effectively and has the right arrangements in place. That goes without saying that that's the intention and the expectation of all of us. I think what we have in the report, and I will ask Lorna and Heather to make comment around the evidence and how the self-assessment allows us to come to identify, you know, the broad themes and areas of interest. And I think the report, from my perspective, does identify a number of benefits that have emerged from the structure. I think there's an acknowledgement that 18 months on, there would be some realisation of benefits, but this is a long-term journey for this council in terms of, you know, the change we wish to make and the impact that we wish to have. And I would just draw your attention to the evidence within the report around those areas of progress in relation to One Council, in relation to customer service, in relation to working with our communities, in relation to delivery, not most notably in terms of the capital programme focus that we've had over recent months that, you know, has been enabled by the new structural arrangements. And also, you know, the development of our enabling services models, which has been something that I've been really keen to see, you know, a coming together of our support corporate services to support the rest of the council to be effective in delivering services for our communities. So, and we've seen real progress in that and real benefit in the work around our enabling services and the development of our digital platform and a whole range of other work over the last 18 months that's been very much enabled by, realignment of the structure. In terms of the workforce, I absolutely agree. Without our workforce, we would not be able to achieve any of the council's priorities, and, the value that we place in our workforce is it's really important. And, and I do listen to what you've said about, what the workforce has said. Obviously, the workforce has had, a significant role in this evaluation through the self-assessment. And then alongside that, we have a number of mechanisms for engagement to seek feedback and, engage the workforce, and regular dialogue and discussion with our trade union colleagues. And so some of the comments you make, I recognise, absolutely. I recognise those comments. But I also recognise other comments and other contributions where people can sense and feel a shift in the way that, the organisation is working, which is benefiting them and the work that they do. So I do recognise aspects of what you say in terms of the workforce. In terms of elected members being unable to access information, I'm concerned to hear that that's the view of members. As officers, we are here to support members to fulfil their roles in their communities, in their scrutiny role, and in their strategic role within the council in terms of decision making on key policy areas. And if members don't feel that they've been able to access the relevant information for them to fulfill those various roles, then obviously that is a concern. And I know, in my dialogue with groups, I'm very open to hearing about any particular concerns that members have in relation to that. And I know a number of members have raised concerns directly with me, or asked if I can support, them in terms of gaining further information and advice. And we do have, systems and processes to help with that, in terms of EMES, but also the development of those member officer working relationships and that dialogue and that collaborative approach, recognising the different roles that members have and officers have, but, absolutely respecting each other's roles within that. So, obviously concerned to hear those comments. It's something that, I take really seriously, and I know senior colleagues in the room will do similarly. But, I think what I would say is that there are a number of different perspectives that's reflected within this report. And in terms of what's actually in the report, perhaps I could just invite, convener, with your indulgence, just invite Lorna or Heather to comment on any evidence within the report and the process that relates to the points that you've raised. And then I'll just ask convener if we can just turn to directors if they wish to add anything to my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dawn. Heather, are you happy to speak to the evidence section of this? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think, is that on? Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks, Councillor Wilson. Just to speak first about the level of engagement that was carried out, we have carried out extensive engagement with staff across the council. We have spoken to in excess of 1,300 staff through the assessments, and those conversations are continuing. There was a whole range of comments, and the engagement has reached the very front line of staff. So I think that there are mixed comments there. Lots of the comments around the digital work and the systems and processes. A number of the comments from staff were around not moving too fast to make sure that we are taking the public with us and they can still access and see and understand the processes. So there's a lot of that feedback coming through from staff, as well as there's recognition that some of the systems are the cross organisations, so there's still work in terms of getting integration across different public sector organisations. So, and there's a lot of work in hand in respect of that. Staff do recognise how technology has changed and improved a lot of what they do, but the plea was, look, don't move too fast and make sure you're taking the public with us. In terms of staff comments, yes, as I say, we have went out and spoken to the very frontline staff, and there was some comments there from staff around consistency around induction training and learning and development opportunities. So those conversations, we're now at the stage where heads of service are working across the range of services and starting to do improvement planning work. So I suppose my assurance to you is that the conversation isn't finished. The engagement with staff and the involvement of staff going forward is very much happening as we speak across the council. Heads of service and service managers are engaging with staff to understand more around the detail of what it is that needs to change and what can help them to actually take forward lots of the areas that were picked up in the self-assessment. I suppose just to highlight that PSIF, the improvement framework, is designed to identify areas for improvement and opportunities where we can do better and we can improve the way that we work with staff. So that has been a feature of the assessment, to get that honest view in terms of where can we do more, where can we improve things for you. So hopefully that helps just bring some detail to those specific points.
Thank you. I'll just quickly turn to directors just to check if there's anything you wish to add at all. I appreciate we've got a number of elected members wishing to come in with hopefully specific questions on the report. Thank you for the contributions. So I'll just run through the elected members that I've got on my list, just in case anybody is waiting to speak, just to make sure I've got everybody. So I'm going to come to Councillor Jordan next, then I've got Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Bell, Councillor Dorward, Councillor Goosey, and then Councillor Malcolm Johnston, and then Councillor Wood. If I've not included you on that list and you'd still like to speak, just let us know. But I'll come to Councillor Jordan next, please.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, everybody. I just wanted to echo the comments already made by Councillor Wilson. And the Labour Group has been advised that officers have felt upset by our continued references to the restructure and the associated wage increases. So to be absolutely clear, we do value every member of staff across this council, and we firmly believe that all employees should be treated fairly and consistently. It is for that reason that following the decision on the restructure in October 2023, Councillor Wilson, on behalf of our group, brought forward a motion to the December Full Council. One of the key features of the restructure was that senior officer pay had been benchmarked against other local authorities. Our motion simply asked that the same principle be applied to all employees, that their pay should be, at a minimum, be benchmarked in the same way. We proposed that a review of staff pay scales be carried out in partnership with the joint trade unions, with a report brought back to Economy and Resources Committee in December 2024. The intention was straightforward. If benchmarking is good enough for senior officers, it's good enough for every other member of staff. Despite this motion being unanimously agreed by Full Council, no report has been brought back to any committee or to Full Council. It does not appear in the forward plan, and it seems to have disappeared, much like the June 2021 bus paper. Could I have an update on the state of this work? And lastly, I would like to second Councillor Wilson's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. So I'll maybe turn to the Chief Executive first in terms of your specific question there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. Can I refer that question to Lorna, please, in terms of benchmarking? Thank you.
Just to recognise that report is outstanding. That was a decision of this council to come forward. I can't explain it any further than that, and that is something that we'll look into and schedule to bring forward to members. There have been work done around this, but I suspect other workloads have taken precedence, but that's not to say that we won't fulfil that for members.
Thank you for that. And I would just gently remind all members that the forward plan is published every week. That's available to all members. And if there's agreed actions that haven't been taken forward and are not on the forward plan, I would encourage you all to make contact with the directors to ensure that that work has progressed. But thank you for the confirmation of where we're at. Councillor Stevenson, I'll come to yourself next, please.
Thank you, Convener. Just on that note, I'm about to do something that I've asked as well that's never arrived. And this comes under capacity issues. So an example of this was an SD Lady Committee meeting where a motion that I put forward was unanimously agreed to bring back a report regarding town cleansing, parking issues and serious issues affecting the safety of pedestrians, including broken and uneven slabs. So we've currently got the big burn supper outside and the state of our high street is in a terrible condition. We were informed at that meeting that it would take time as there were capacity issues within the department. The same concern has been raised at other points too for the same department, both by officers and by the chair of the committee. When the other motions were agreed that would fall under the same department, sorry, I'll just repeat myself. We were informed at the start of the reshaping exercise that it would create more capacity, but this doesn't seem to have come to fruition. And just to note, I asked for that report in May last year and I'm still waiting. Page 491, 4.6.9, the ambitions for the restructure will take longer than 18 months to realise. Why is that, and why is it taking that long to get to that point? Because I understand it's part of a long-term plan, but that will be a certain part of the plan. And to be fair, I kind of expect that to be done within 18 months, if not less, so the rest of the plan can actually be taken forward. Appendix on, page 510, table 1, there is a significant disparity between CMT and elected members on the self-assessment summary. Why is this? As it's extremely concerning that there's no agreement at all between CMT and elected members on a number of issues, and that's a sign of serious discord that needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. Appendix 2, page 504, only 15% of staff, and this has been touched on by officers, filled in the assessment. In any business, that would be deemed as an incredibly poor reflection on the feeling of the workforce. What are we doing to ensure we are capturing that feelings of the staff, taking their feelings on board and driving it forward? And also on page 504, school staffs are still in progress. So there's been over a month between the meetings of this full council on the same papers, but we've not actually had any update in between time. So are we still waiting on that? Have they actually been asked? When's that coming? And as a Labour spokesperson for education, I find it deeply concerning, knowing the constant pressure our school staff are under. And at that last point, some of this restructure has actually created committees that personally I feel are far too big. And one of those is the education and community and lifelong learning that would fall under that remit. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can I ask members just to all speak slightly slower for the interpreters, just in terms of that? There's quite a number of questions within that, but I'll come to the Chief Exec. Thanks.
Thank you. And in terms of the report, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. In terms of the report on town centre cleansing, any concerns about capacity, I'll turn to Lisa to respond to that when I've finished commenting. In terms of the 15% response from staff, and I'll just ask Heather if that is, if there's any comment from the improvement service around engagement in these types of processes, just to give members information on that. And I'll ask between Heather and Gillian if they're able to comment on the school situation. I think that would be helpful for members. And the disparity between CMT and elected members is something that, I have noted, obviously, in my assessment of the feedback. And, I think from a CMT point of view, I think there's, some reflection as part of our ongoing development around, how do we bridge that gap moving forward, and how do we develop those ongoing relationships? You know that and a shared understanding of where we are as a council. And that's something that I think is really important, that we have that collective understanding. So that's something that I think will capture as part of the what next in terms of what emerges from this work. And all the improvement work that's been identified through the self-assessment, you know, we'll be committed, we are committed to taking that forward collectively. And that is one of the areas that I'm keen to explore, particularly Councillor Stevenson. In terms of 18 months, I think 18 months, I think in my original report of October 2023, I indicated that benefits would be realised. It wouldn't be the full benefits. And, you know, obviously some aspects of this takes time to fully develop and embed. It also requires a stable structure, and we've not had, you know, senior stable structure in all parts of the organisation, you know, and a permanent structure and permanent appointments across all parts for various reasons. So, you know, I think we've made, you know, my view would be we've seen some really good, positive, promising progress in a number of key areas. But there is no complacency here, you know, absolutely no complacency, you know, and the key areas of strategic focus that were identified around customer, enabling services, financial sustainability, they remain as important today as they were 18 months ago and earlier than that when the restructure was coming forward. And they're as important now and will be moving forward, so they will provide that framework for our leadership focus as a senior team. So that's my comments. If I can turn to Lisa on the street cleansing and Heather in terms of the evidence around, you know, and the sense of that staff engagement through the process, and then between Heather and Gillian on the school side, I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. I obviously don't have any of that detail to hand in terms of the report requested from Nithsdale Area Committee, but more than happy to look into it and come back to you after the meeting.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. In respect of the survey response rates, the Improvement Service, we've worked closely with them throughout it, and we're certainly on a par, and actually in lots of instances we've got a higher response rate than they see typically across other local authorities. So it is variable across services, as you can see from the individual summaries, but what we have been doing throughout the process is making sure that we have a range of responses. Heads of service responsibilities areas are large, so we have been making sure that within each head of service area we have got representative responses, and that we've got responses from each part of their service and across the range of grades. So in that respect, making sure they are representative. What we have also been doing is where the response to an online surveys harder for some services, is we have been going out and doing focus groups to make sure that we are engaging with people in a way that's comfortable for them. In respect of schools, which actually lowers the average return when we put all the staff together, we're doing further work, and Gillian's leading this for us within her directorate to look at how we better engage with schools to make sure that we do get that input from them. Timing just wasn't brilliant for us with holidays, so we're looking more closely and working more directly with education senior managers to be mindful of the school curriculum.
It was just to pick up also on the point, Councillor Stevenson, you made about the difference between the CMT scores and the elected member scores. I think there was a couple of observations there. I think, and generally in the points that are being raised and focused on are very similar, despite the rates, and I hope you can see that. But we did pick that up. They were responded to at different times over the last 18 months. But, you know, from our conclusion there, that there is some work to do then around the communication and engagement between elected members and officers. You know, that's clear from the survey results, and we've picked it up and focused on that.
Gillian, do you want to come in just some last comments there?
Thank you very much, Convener. Good morning, members. Yes, just to echo Heather's comments, and given the scale and timescales, the life and work of schools is cyclical, particularly the quality assurance cycle. So it does need careful planning for school-based staff, and agreement and alignment with other self-evaluation processes which are ongoing. So members will be aware that we're currently engaged in the How Good is Our Education Authority self-evaluation exercise, and we'll be working with Heather to incorporate the findings and make sure that those two pieces of work closely together. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for those contributions. Councillor Bell, I'll come to yourself next, please.
Thanks, Convener. Well, I've got to agree with Councillor Wilson was saying. She had a lot of good comments there she made about the restructuring. I'm not for the restructure. I don't think it's working. The costs are out of control. It's 19 years from getting to me this year. I'll be elected as a councillor. And I'll be honest with you, when I got elected 19 years ago, it was a member-led council. It's not now. It's an officer-led council. I'm getting nothing done. I can't achieve anything. The EMS is failing. The answers are stalling. I'm getting fobbed off answers on a regular basis. I was elected to serve the same as everybody else. 43 of us are elected across Dumfries and Galloway democratically. And I know our voices are not being listened to, but it needs to change. We need to be changing and looking at restructuring, working with officers in a better way. We need more support for elected members. And I think we're also needing to look at, listen to what the general public are saying, what they're needing done within the wards. I'm getting nothing done. I really feel I'm at the stage in life now, I'm wasting my time as an elected member. I just cannot achieve anything. I just cannot get things done. I'm just getting fobbed off. I'm also getting a number of staff, confidential basis, coming to me in a regular basis, complaining about the bullying in the workplace in the council. And I feel this is really getting out of hand. And I think that we need to have some sort of restructure or debate taking place of how we can improve this council and take this council forward. But I'm at the stage now, I couldn't give a monkey's of stand in the next election. I've had enough.
Thank you for your contributions, Councillor Bell. Obviously, there's a number of very serious points that you've raised with that, so I'll turn to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Bell. And obviously, I'm concerned to hear those comments that you don't feel that elected members or yourself, in this instance, is able to get things done or make progress for your community. So that's a concern to hear that. And perhaps, you know, there is something about that communication and understanding that from a member perspective moving forward. I'm really concerned about the comment around staff bullying as well. You know, obviously that is something that we cannot tolerate within the workplace for any member of staff to experience any form of bullying. And we have, you know, policies and procedures for that. So I hope those staff understand what they are and how they can access support if that is what they believe is their experience. And perhaps Lorna can comment a little bit more about, you know, the staff bullying point, given your role in terms of leading those services, the HR service in particular, from a director's point of view. But I, you know, note your comments and concerns, and I'm concerned to hear that that's your sense of where things are. And I think, you know, what we've acknowledged is that there is certainly more to do in terms of that member-officer working relationship and the relationship between senior officers and members, and understanding the responses that we've had from elected members through this process and the responses from CMT. So there's work to do there. Absolutely understand that.
Lorna, are you able to come in, please?
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Bell. We have a zero tolerance around bullying for staff, both from internally or from any external influencers. You know, it's really important if staff don't feel confident in being able to raise that directly, then there are other avenues for them, and we regularly make staff aware of those avenues, including our whistleblowing hotline. If there are anything at all that you feel able to share with us privately or confidentially, understand that. But if there is anything, we certainly would want to take it seriously and deal with it through our policies and address those matters directly.
Come back in, convener. Obviously,
Yep.
I mentioned EMS, the failures in EMS and the fobbing off to elected members with delayed answers.
So I think in terms of the EMES system, that's something that I'll maybe turn to the Chief Executive perhaps, or yeah, I'll come to the Chief Executive and then I will come to Councillor Dorward next, please.
Thank you, and I do recognise the comments in relation to EMES, and I think, you know, quite recently as a directors team taken a look at, you know, how our performance is in relation to EMES, because it's a really important tool for members and really important system that, you know, members can have access to in terms of being able to raise issues and seek responses. And our performance is, you know, on the whole across the organisation is good, and we're responding as per timescales. There are challenges, though, in particular parts of the council where there are capacity challenges in terms of the volume. And so officers are working really hard to respond to that and respond to members, but we do need to take account of, as a team, you know, where those pressure points are and how we can improve. And I know that that's something that my director colleagues are, you know, really committed to. So I know that directors do monitor performance in relation to EMES, but also, you know, if members don't feel as though they're getting helpful or appropriate responses, we need to ensure that there's a mechanism for members to be able to, you know, follow that up. So we will take a close look at EMES as a team. I'll ask the team to do that and look at how we can improve the responses and the quality of responses for members if there are particular concerns. And I know that, you know, a number of individual members have raised individual issues with me, and I've been able to hopefully be able to address some of those issues, but there clearly are some outstanding matters that have not been followed up as members would expect. So I'm happy to have a further conversation with any member who feels that that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I would just say that certainly as the SNP group, we are a minority administration. We meet regularly with the Chief Executive, and I'm aware that, you know, there's an opportunity for all political groups to meet directly with the Chief Exec. The issue of EMES has been brought up, and our member of the working group on EMES, Councillor Lowe, has actually followed this up. So all political members should have a representative on the EMES working group to feed that back in. And my thanks to Councillor Lowe, who's taken forward that work on behalf of the SNP group. Councillor Dorward, I'll come to yourself next, please.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, members. I'm going to turn to the elephant in the room, which is the COSLA agreed local authority chief exec salary increase of between 13% and 23% across all local authorities. It's contextually related to the debate, and I'm raising it on behalf of constituents, which is my entitlement. I understand that according to our convener, in role as COSLA Resources spokesperson, the pay framework for council chief executives has not been reviewed since 2001. And I quote her here, "Competitive salaries which adequately reflect the responsibilities and demands of the chief executive job are critical to enable councils to attract and retain high-quality chief executives. It should be noted that leaders of many similarly sized organisations are paid considerably more." So can I ask that when I complete here, the Councillor Hagman enlightens us as to the COSLA rationale for endorsement and the comparable sized organisations she referenced, as I'm sure that taxpaying residents of this region would be as interested as me in that answer. These changes agreed by COSLA, which I and others rate as unconscionable and ill-timed, have seen six-figure salaries soar during a cost of living crisis and omitted the fact that chief exec pay has increased every year on the basis of the annual pay award set by COSLA and agreed with the joint trade unions in the same way as every other council employee. Additionally, we are told that uprating CEP would likely result in knock-on impacts on other senior salaries, which is a real concern for the Labour group because since restructuring began, we have gone from 6 to 16 senior leaders getting paid over £100,000, considerably more than our lowest paid staff who earn £13.06 per hour. And with increases of up to 23% for chief executives, I ask the question, will these increases add to what you consider to be an already inflated wage bill for the senior leadership team, especially when you're looking at savings of 30 million over the next couple of years? Now, I've been assured this will not be the case, and we intend to, on behalf of taxpayers across Dumfries and Galloway, hold the Council and the administration to that. I will now hand over to our convener and politely ask her to respond to the questions contained in my statement.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. So just for clarity, because I'm aware obviously members of the public may well be watching this item, I am no longer the resources spokesperson on finances and resources. However, during that item that was discussed at COSLA Leaders, I was indeed the spokesperson, and the emphasis on that is the spokesperson. It is not my personal opinion. I don't have an opportunity to feed into the debate. I am simply given a mandate by the leaders of local government authorities across Scotland. And within the structure, for those that may or may not be aware of COSLA, every leader across Scotland comes to the meetings, and each political grouping has a group leader. So the Labour group example has Councillor Ross, who is in administration in Fife, who gets to feed in directly to the policies. So you're absolutely right. There is collective bargaining. There is structures in place. There's actually 4 different bargaining groups that look at staff. So it's not fair to say that the same bargaining groups have the same outcomes for all workers across local authorities. So, for example, the SNCT have their own collective bargaining group. You have the SJC, who have their bargaining group. You have the chief officials, again, a separate bargaining group. And you also have craft workers. So there's actually 4 separate bargaining groups that are done on a collective basis. It's not appropriate for me to give my personal opinion on behalf of COSLA, and I wouldn't do that. However, there's a full statement, a full rationale, and the full evidence of an independent report that was presented to all leaders, and the agreement was made through that collective discussion point. So I won't speak any further on that one, but the information is there, and I'll pass over to officers in terms of the pay structures. I'll come back to you in a second because you had 2 points, so I'll come back in terms of the second point of the pay structures within Dumfries and Galloway Council. So I don't know if Dawn or Lorna's perhaps best be placed.
Thanks, Councillor Dorward. In relation to the Council's pay structures, obviously, as you mentioned, Chief Exec's pay is determined nationally, but Chief Officer pay is determined locally within the scales that are set out by COSLA and SJC scales. Some local authorities, but not this local authority, have attached their senior pay as a percentile of the Chief Exec's pay, which I think is the point you refer to, which will therefore have consequences for those local authorities. That's not been the case or has ever been the case in this local authority. So the award of the Chief Exec's pay does not have any direct impact on other chief officials in this council.
Councillor Dorward, you indicated you wanted to come back.
Thank you, Convener. I must reiterate, I wasn't asking for your personal opinion. Never asked for your personal opinion, so you must have misinterpreted what I was asking for. What I'm asking for is you spoke about similarly sized organisations and comparisons with them and Chief Exec's pay. What I did ask you was, could you name these similarly sized organisations, please, in your role or your previous role as resources spokesperson for COSLA? That was one of the questions you didn't address, actually, and I would really like it if you could answer it. Thank you.
Yep, so I don't have that to hand, but I can absolutely follow up with that after the meeting today. Thank you. So, Councillor Gusty, you're next, please.
Thank you, Convener. There's a few questions and I'm a wee bit over the place. A couple of the questions have been asked. I don't want to go over what's been gone over already, so I'll stop. The report admits further progress is required on training and induction in skills for staff. If the restructure was meant to support the workforce to thrive, why are the fundamental basics like training and induction still listed as areas for improvement 18 months later? We've also had a few of our middle officers, good officers, leave the council. Has the council been left with a resource vacuum with the loss of these officers and with the requirement for more training? Moving on to the 15% of the staff that respond to the self-assessment, does that leave us to believe that the workforce remains silent did not signal deep, the workforce that remains silent signalled deep disengagement and a lack of trust in the process? Do we feel that the workforce feel like we listen to them, or do we think they're disengaged? And if that's the case, we need to fix that quickly, because we can't go forward when the boots on the ground don't believe in us. Moving on, there's mention about fit within the report, and the report claims a one council culture is a success, yet the report admits there are fit issues and poor joint working issues between directorates. What are you doing to fix the daily friction that this causes frontline staff? I'll give an example of a fit issue or a friction. Last summer, and the Ward 1 councillors were all there, well, apart from Councillor Curry, congratulations, but we had a ward event, and that was based on accessibility within the Shannara community for roads and pavements. We had the ward officer there, but roads and infrastructure didn't turn up. There was no officer. And me as the chair of that meeting with the public was having to deal with a very poor hand. I was almost let down by the officers that I didn't have a roads engineer or officer there to answer the questions that were being put to us. And you had a poor ward officer having to answer these questions and take notes when you've got a very distressed public for a very emotional subject. And I felt let down for myself, for the other councillors, for the public, and for the ward officer at that point. And I had a conversation with the ward officer afterwards, which I'll keep private, but they're not feeling the support on the ground floor. And I think that's where we need to be looking, is to support the ground floor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Giusti. I'll come to Chief Exec, please.
Thank you, Councillor Giustine. You make some really important points about the workforce in terms of training, induction, and levels of engagement, disengagement. So I'll turn to Lorna and Heather in terms of the evidence there, and also the alignment with our people plan, our people strategy, and our existing commitments in terms of the workforce and how we work with the workforce, and issues of engagement and support and training and skill development, and our commitment that we have to the workforce in that regard. And a refresh of the strategy will be coming forward to committee in the next cycle alongside other strategies. So there's an opportunity there to look at how we can strengthen some of those elements. In terms of friction, I'm concerned to hear that experience around your ward event. Obviously, there are clear expectations around how ward events take place, and I'll perhaps just turn to Lisa if she has any information relating to that ward event, or Gillian if it sits with the ward officer to coordinate. But there might be some follow-up needed there, because I'm not sure that Gillian and Lisa will have the detail about what happened and that particular example. But I'll just, if I may, convener, just ask Lorna or Heather to comment on some of those workforce-related issues. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of the staff development and staff training induction, I mean, that was a strong theme that came through all of the service assessments. Staff were really keen to understand how they can access investment in their development, and that was across the board, not particular to any profession or staff group as well. Certainly within the development of the people strategy, which will be brought to committee in March, those are really clear points that have been taken forward council-wide. But we do recognise induction's not only about the corporate council, but it is about specific roles in specific workplaces and specific duties as well. So there is a role for services in terms of improving and developing their own induction around specific roles as well. So, you know, that came through. I think we, you know, need to understand and listen to the workforce around that and delve a bit deeper into that. And we are doing that work just now as part of that development. And we'll bring that forward to members as well. In terms of staff engagement, I mean, part of the PSIF deployment itself is about staff engagement. It's about speaking to staff. At the November Enabling Customer Services Committee, members received a report on the people strategy, including engagement activity and the impact of that, and we're able to scrutinise that. So we know we're making progress around it, but there is still work to do. And it's important, as Heather has said earlier, that we make extra efforts to make sure we reach all staff, and staff have an ability to feed back around different ways and different ways they can provide that feedback, and we can engage with them. We have had our workforce conversations. Members are invited to observe those, and we're looking at the development of those going forward in terms of innovating around that format. And those are carried out in localities, cross-service, as well as online, where staff have more remote needs, and that suits their work patterns at weekends and different things. So we are reaching out to support staff, but it's clear from the feedback there's much more to do.
Thank you for that. Gillian, are you able to come and speak on terms of ward events? Thank
yes,
you.
indeed, thank you. Obviously, sorry to hear that the meeting did not go as members expected. I don't know the individual detail, but certainly we can look into that specifically. And obviously, if a ward officer felt unsupported by other officers, that's something we would want to dig into. With regard to the friction that was referred to, I think we see that as a symptom of officers sometimes trying to do the absolute best that they can, but where policy can at times rub against each other. We sometimes refer to that as policy tension. People are trying to do the right thing, but policies can cut across one another, and people would perhaps approach it slightly differently. So there are a lot of staff working in our communities trying to deliver council priorities and do the best they absolutely can, against a backdrop of budget savings and increasing need. And if at times that commitment can come across as friction, sometimes that's no bad thing as we work together to get things moving. But certainly in terms of the Ward 1 issue with regards to the roads, Lisa and I can look into that in more detail. Councillor Gusty.
Thank you for those responses. So just to recap, so people know that I've got them on the list, I've got Councillor Malcolm Johnson next, followed by Councillor Wood and Councillor Hislop, and I don't have any other members looking to speak currently. So, Councillor Johnston, please.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. You know, whilst I lend my support to the restructuring when it was proposed, I did raise a number of concerns at the time, concerns of which I did have reassurance, and one of my biggest concerns was always cost. I always strive for value for money, particularly for taxpayers, and I was assured that further efficiencies would be driven. I was assured that service provision would improve, and I'm afraid on both of those cases that I don't see any evidence that that has actually happened. I think the one council approach, or the desire to achieve the one council approach, was a very worthwhile thing. But again, I wasn't aware of the fact that the one council approach wouldn't include elected members. And I think what's been reflected today and reflected in the report, and it's been mentioned by senior officers, is that there is acknowledgement that that is the case. And again, this was something that, in my role as convener, I raised regularly, that there was a breakdown in that relationship. So the implication that they're only becoming aware of it from this report isn't entirely accurate. It would appear to me that what we have here is we have a council that should be working for the people in Dumfries and Galloway, but it seems to be working for chief officers instead. And that is my perception from this report, and I think it needs to change. And on that basis, I'll be more than happy to support Councillor Wilson. And for a bit of background on the staff responses, would it be possible to find out which grades of staff in particular were responding? Because again, I've got concerns that perhaps it's not the foot soldiers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. So I'll come to the Chief Exec in terms of the staff responses, the grades, I think is a really valid point.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Johnson, and thank you for your comments. And in terms of the very specific question that you ended with, I'll turn to colleagues Heather and Lorna in relation to that. In terms of the intentions around improving efficiency and service delivery, obviously members have the opportunity through service committees to review our performance on a regular basis and have the opportunity to review progress in terms of the delivery of our council priorities through the service plan performance reports. And also you had the report, the mid-term report on the council plan recently, which I think presented a really positive picture in terms of the progress that this council has made since the council plan was agreed. And in terms of cost, we did acknowledge, and I acknowledged, and this was a point of discussion at the time when the structure was agreed, the increased cost of the chief officer structure. There was reference as well to being able to contain costs around consultants that was referred to earlier by other members. And, we will always need external technical support for some of the, the really significant projects that we are progressing, and we've seen, really good progress in our capital programme, and that does require, external expertise to be able to take that forward. But what we haven't seen in the same way is external interim capacity to cover management posts that we perhaps have seen in the past in the same way. So I think I just wanted to make that comment. In terms of one council and the points you make, Councillor Johnson, in relation to members and officers and senior officers in particular, I recognise the points you raise, that that these have been points of discussion over a number of months as a senior team through our organisational development focus. We've had discussions around, around aspects of that. Through our leadership work with senior managers across the council, we've had a particular focus on working in a political environment, and indeed yourself and other members were part of those processes, which I believe to be a helpful step forward, but one step in terms of taking forward improved understanding across managers of working in a political environment. And we need to build on that. And what came out of our most recent leadership event was a really positive outcome from managers' perspective about that direct engagement with members, including yourself, Councillor Johnson, and I know you recognise that yourself. And so, we are really committed as a senior team to think about how can we facilitate and move forward those discussions between officers and members, because understanding the council and communities through members' eyes and understanding, the pressures that you're under within your communities, what you want to achieve, and this relates back to Councillor Pell's comments earlier, it's really important that members have that full that officers have that full appreciation and develop their skills and ability to work with members. And we're really committed to taking forward what was that step forward through those discussions at our leadership event into a more structured programme of work and develop improved member officer working arrangements. So I'll pause there and see if Lorna and Heather wish to add anything in response to your questions about the staff engagement.
Go ahead, please.
Thanks. Again, just to give assurance that we absolutely did reach all grades of staff across the council. There was questionnaires developed and 2 officers within my team that led on the deployment of the questionnaire met with chief officers in other services to ensure that there were specific questionnaire sets developed that would land with frontline staff that they could read and understand. So we created different versions of the questionnaire so that it could be understood by staff. In addition to that, there was different ways that the questionnaire went out to staff. We worked closely with managers within Lisa's directorate, for instance, to ensure that the questionnaire was available to them, not just online, but in paper format. Again, the 2 officers within my team actually went out across the region and held face-to-face sessions within depots, where again, Lisa's managers were very good at ensuring that frontline operatives were able to attend those sessions. And indeed, following the return and the analysis of the questionnaires, the officers within my team led consensus sessions, and we made sure that the staff that were involved in the consensus sessions were from across the range of grades. It wasn't all back office, higher paid staff, if you like. We absolutely did have frontline operatives involved both in completing the questionnaires and in the consensus discussions. I've got those details available that I can certainly use to provide you with additional information to give you certainty around that.
Thank you, Heather. Were you wanting to come back in?
Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
Thanks, convener. So I take it from there you're going to circulate that analysis for the responses. And in your responses, you said you had some face-to-face meetings. How did you record the numbers for that?
Again, the managers provided us with the list of who to expect, and we've got the records from those sessions in terms of who was in attendance. So the officers within my team have got those.
No, it's not actually about attendance I'm interested in. I'm actually interested in who responded.
So, Councillor Johnson, through myself as convener, I will come back to Heather, but I think there is a assurance that that further detail will be brought or sent to all members of council. But I'll just maybe come back to Heather just to ensure that she's captured exactly what information it is that you require and what she will, so that we're all really clear on what we're getting back. Heather.
Yeah, thank you, and apologies, yes. So through survey responses, because there was both face-to-face engagement and survey responses, so I'll make sure that the information that we send out to you covers both of those.
Thank you. So my next speaker is Councillor Wood. I'll come to yourself, please.
Good morning, and thank you. And good morning to all of the other elected members. I have to hold my hand up and say I was actually enthused about the whole possibility of restructure. Out with the old and in with the new was the way I looked at it. But I've been so let down and disappointed in the outcomes. Now, as far as this document's concerned, my constituents wouldn't recognise it. And from my constituents' point of view, as far as they're concerned, the roads department is broke, social and care is broke, planning department is broke, education department is broke, and the council's finances are broke. So we've got a really big problem here. And from my own point of view, and a couple of other elected members, our governance is not impartial any longer. If governance is not right, your organisation is not right. But the question I would like to ask today is, why is there no new talent from out with the council now employed?
Thank you, Councillor Wood. So I appreciate you made a couple of comments in terms of our processes, etc. In terms of new talent coming into the council, I mean, that's certainly an HR point of view of how we're advertising, and certainly I wouldn't choose to speak on that, but I don't know if Lorna, you're able to speak in terms of an HR point of view of how we are looking to attract talent into the region, and then I'll come to the Chief Executive as well. I appreciate both might want to comment.
So, in terms of general recruitment, you know, we do recruit internally as well as externally. Usually where we try internally first to allow people to seek advancement and also to deliver opportunities to our own staff, which members I think have supported in the past around that hierarchy. But we do advertise externally for posts as well, and sometimes that's successful or otherwise as well. I can't comment in beyond that in general terms. And obviously members agree the recruitment processes for chief officer recruitment, and that's conducted with members' oversight, which includes external advert too.
Thank you, Lorna. I'll come to Dawn as Chief Exec just to respond to your other points there, Councillor Brood. Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Wood, for your comments. Obviously, you know, you've made a number of comments around particular services within the council, and you know, I'm not going to respond to all of that because you know, there are opportunities in service committees and elsewhere to respond and challenge and scrutinise the performance of different services. I note your comment about talent, and Lorna's responded to that. I have no other comment to make at this stage. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you for that. So my next speaker is Councillor Hislop, please.
Thank you, Convener. If this was a report card coming from school, I take it could do better would be at the end, from what I've heard so far. I must admit, I think there is a breakdown between officers and members. I think one of the big issues is online, because people don't meet. And because of that, they don't get to hear what the issues are. When I first joined, you would come to a full council, every director would be there. You would break for lunch, every director was in there, they got their sandwiches with the members, they would talk through issues, they would hear what's going on the ground. That is missing now. There is no interaction, and I think it also happens between political groups. You used to have a blether with your opposition in at the lunchroom, talk through things. That doesn't happen. It's become fractious. The split between officers and members seems to be there as well. I have received, I would say, more and more people coming to me say, oh, we're not too happy either. Things aren't very good. The morale seems to be an issue. Now, I've seen officers who I've known have went over and above the call of duty in the past who are now at the stage where, oh, I'm looking to just find a way out of the council. If I can get early retirement, build up towards my pension, etc. Things aren't as good as they used to be. Now, this might be a result of the budget cuts and how it's been implemented and how we're doing, and they don't have the same ability to manoeuvre. I've also seen officers who had a look of dread on their face when I mentioned something to them that they were involved in, because elected members were not to hear about it. Now, why are elected members not to hear about things? We're one council, we should all be working together to push in one direction. And I think because of that lack of interaction, that's why maybe some of the things that are being said today might be coming as a surprise, because there's not the interaction between officers and members that there used to be. One of the former secretaries of the council, when I first joined, I was only ever in his office once. I wasn't a naughty boy. And when you went in there, the table was clear, apart from a folded copy of the Glasgow Herald. And it didn't matter what you went in to see him about. He knew the answer before you asked the question, because there was a sort of network of people who would go about and talk to everybody, knew where the problems were coming from, and I don't know if that exists, to inform the officers of where we need to look to improve things. And I think there is an issue going forward, whether it's the lack of resources or whether we need to look at different ways of working. But I have sort of a few concerns about going forward and how things are coming.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. I'll turn to the Chief Exec just to offer her reflections on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop, and helpful to have those reflections. And I do recognise that, ways of working and the ways that we operate now, perhaps present some challenges in relation to the development of good and positive relationships, collaboration. And, I'm certainly committed to, thinking about how we can address some of that moving forward on a practical basis. So, certainly, I've been encouraging the senior team to get out and about and spend more time in communities with members. That's something that, I think is really important, that we have those conversations, those dialogues, obviously the discussions within groups, but it's the informal discussion and dialogue that you're talking about that perhaps isn't as prevalent as it used to be. And the new ways of working and digital ways of working perhaps are part of what's contributing to that. So, with collective commitment from members and officers perhaps to think about how do we move forward and how do we work together, then I'm sure we can make a difference together. And I am conscious that in the last council before my time, there was a working group, member officer working group around member officer working, something similar. Those members who were around at that time, Councillor Maitland chaired that and looked at ways in which member and officer, or member and senior officers and work together. I don't know if many members here were part of that, but that could be, we can revisit perhaps as part of moving forward, how we can, perhaps revisit some of that and develop some of those opportunities for discussion around the things that would make a difference in the same way that working group did. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. If I may just add, because it is a theme that has come up from across the chamber about that discord, and certainly if there's opportunities to pull together a working group in consideration, one of the requests I would have is actually looking at what support for training for elected members is there. And that goes back to the point perhaps raised by Councillor Stevenson about that disparity between elected members' opinions on what should be happening and what senior managers think. And actually perhaps there's maybe an opportunity for some training for everybody to have that full understanding. So on the back of that, I just wanted to make those comments. So thank you. Councillor Hill, you're coming in next, please.
Thank you, and hello, elected members. Happy New Year to you all, and welcome, Julie Curry. There seems to be a bit of a culture across the council with staff members who feel that they are being told by their seniors not to speak to elected members on anything that happens within the workplace. And from listening to other elected members around the room, it seems to be a theme that's across the whole region, not just over in my area. This is really concerning because the employees are also constituents, and they voted for their elected members to have a voice for them. And whether if they worked at B&Q and they were having an issue with their employer, they'd be able to speak to us. But because they work for the council, they're being told not to speak to elected members. So some of the issues that are coming across are, is it cloak and dagger? Are there things going on that elected members are not supposed to know? But also there is employers that are concerned that if they do speak up, even though there's the whistleblowing, that their employment could become not unpleasant, or their chances of progression within the council could become stagnant. This is a real concern for me, and I think a number of elected members have raised this issue, and as I look around the room, quite a few of them are nodding their heads. How are we going to address this? Because I think Councillor Bell was the first one to raise this issue. I know Councillor Dawood, you know, a number of councillors have raised this issue, but we still haven't had a way forward of how we're going to address this across all of the council, from the bin men to education to social work. Now, I was privy to some appointments that I went out with Stephen Morgan when I was Vice Chair of Social Work, and he took the time to go across the region into every social work department and speak to the staff on the ground. And some of the things we heard were quite harrowing. Some were very, very good, but the staff really appreciated that officer going out and speaking to them and spending the time speaking to them. And I think that probably built some bridges with the people that work on the ground and the people that are seen as the hierarchy, the top of the tree, that don't care. They saw that Stephen Morgan did care as the social work officer. But we haven't seen that across the rest of the region, or I haven't. But there is a massive, massive culture where staff don't feel that they can speak up. And they are also told by their managers not to say things to elected members, which is wrong. So that needs addressing. How can we address that, please?
Thank you. Well, I'm concerned Sorry, Convener. Sorry, Councillor Hill. Thank you, Councillor Hill, for those comments. And in terms of officers, anybody within the organisation being told, instructed not to speak to members, that's a concern to hear that. Obviously we to suggest, I have to say, that senior officers or chief officers don't care, I think that's a little bit unfair on chief officers, because we do care, you know, they do care. You know, they absolutely, and I hear it on an ongoing basis from colleagues, all chief officers, so that's, you know, heads of service, ADs, directors, about the importance of the workforce and the challenges that the workforce is facing, and their understanding and awareness of where there are real pressures and challenges. And so to suggest that chief officers don't care, I think, is a concern, because that is not what I hear. And I hear from chief officers a really clear understanding of what those issues are. But the issue about members of staff not feeling able to raise concerns, you know, we have a range of mechanisms for people to raise concerns, and I hope that staff have knowledge of what they are, and Lorna referred to some of those earlier. And we do need to take forward, you know, the work around staff engagement, and I would suggest that these are some of the things that we can reflect on as part of the development of our people strategy and the action plan moving forward, is around how we support employee well-being, which has always been a theme within our people strategy, but to support well-being of the workforce and support them to feel valued, and recognising their contribution to the work of this council and communities is really important. And for staff to have, the workforce to have mechanisms to raise concerns legitimately and have their voices heard is really important, and has been a commitment of this council for as long as I've been here and way before that. So I think there are opportunities for us to reflect on, you know, the evidence within the self-evaluation, the PSIF process, and also what we hear from members, what we hear through other staff engagement mechanisms, to think about what are the next steps, and we can pick that up through, as I say, some of the strategic work that we're doing and the action plans that will follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Before I come back to you, Councillor Hill, I appreciate, you know, we have got a report here before us. It's based on evidence that has been gathered, and I understand that, you know, members want to use this opportunity to raise concerns that they've heard directly. However, I would also politely remind members that we have a duty to the public, we have duties in our elected members' roles, and part of that duty, we are governed by our code of conduct. And I would just remind members of our councillors' code of conduct that's determined that we will not undermine any individual employee or groups of employees or raise concerns about their performance, conduct or capability in public. And that's really clear. So, we want to be really mindful that we're not going to be singling out any particular group of employees within this. We have the report before us that is based on evidence. And again, I would just like members to just be mindful of our conversation today. And that's not to discourage anybody from being able to bring forward really important discussions, but we do have to be mindful that we have our responsibilities as elected members and as laid out. But Councillor Hill, you were looking to come back, and then I've got a final speaker looking to come in with Councillor Thompson, Leader of Council.
Yeah, can I just have it noted that I'm not suggesting this, as Don Roberts stated. There's the big suggestion that I'm saying this. This is what I'm hearing. And a number of elected members have highlighted it already, that the staff on the ground are feeling that way. That's what we're being told as elected members, and we are to come to you and say what's happening. And it felt relevant to say it at this meeting with everything else that was being said. And what I will say, yes, we do have things in place, but they're not working. So how are we going to address these issues that are not working? We have great things, the whistleblowing policy. How many staff know about it, and how many staff feel comfortable actually doing that? When we had the face-to-face meetings that we spoke about, that Heather spoke about, and Councillor Johnston had asked about those, and managers had given a list of employees that were going to attend. How are those employees picked? Do those employees feel that when they're in front of these people, they can actually be truthful, be honest, and say what they think? That's the stumbling block. That's what we need to break. That's the cycle we need to break, and that's where we need to see the improvement. So my question was, how can we do this?
So I think in terms of the evidence gathering, that's going to be shared further. I think the point that I was making in terms of our code of conduct, this is a public meeting, and we are talking about our staff members and our groups of staff members, and the code of conduct is really clear of what the expectation is in public meetings, but that's not to say that concerns cannot be raised. But in terms of getting the further information, Heather has already confirmed that that will be passed back. Dawn has responded already. I'll just give the Chief Executive an opportunity to come back in as well, and then I'll come to the Leader.
I just, in terms of what next, I wonder if Lorna, without putting you on the spot, Lorna, might just want to comment on, how we can take forward some of the actions, because we do have our people strategy coming forward, and that will enable us to have a particular focus on our workforce and take account of some of the findings from the PSIF and the evidence that we've seen. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hill. I think the point in terms of promotion and making sure staff are aware of avenues they've got, if they've got concerns to raise, making sure that that's as visible as possible. So we'll certainly take that on board as an immediate action, from the points you've made today. We have a number of ways in which we engage with staff beyond the normal policies, including through the joint trade unions and staff side as well. And we do go out and speak with staff, out with their line management as well. And so I'm concerned, from the feedback that you've had, that people feel that they can't speak. So we'll certainly make sure staff are fully aware of that, and we'll press on that immediately to do that. In terms of longer term support for wellbeing and support for staff, and Councillor Justy mentioned the induction and staff training opportunities, those are things that will feature in the people strategy update that comes to members in March. But there's also an opportunity for elected members. There's an early engagement seminar with members in the next week to feedback and hear about what's in that and to take further feedback. So we'll certainly take the feedback from today away on that, but members also have another opportunity at that seminar ahead of committee to feed into that as well, so that we make sure we capture that and focus the actions on those concerns that have been raised today.
Thank you, Lorna. I'll come to Leader next, please.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, it's been kind of difficult to listen to, in a sense that there's been quite a lot of feedback, and this might be a sort of valve for many issues to sort of come to the fore, especially where it sounds like there's a culture problem. Now, I remember back in, I think it was December 2023, and there was a joint consultative group meeting where we had the staff survey, which members might be aware of. And that staff survey at the time was quite clearly, there seemed to be a gap in communication between what senior management thought and what frontline staff thought. And there was various responses at that time which I think alerted, or at least certainly highlighted that to elected members. For those who sat in the joint consultative group, they'll be aware of that, and on the back of that was, I think, a commitment to try and build that people's strategy so that there'll be sense checks and sounding boards to try and address that, because the staff are what delivers all the services for this council, and that's key. Now, the report in front of us has a recommendation, or not recommendation as such, they're very much noting and considering, but 4.7, 4.73 in particular, sets out the bullet points in terms of what needs to get taken forward. I do think this is a long-term project. I think the restructure, when we agreed to it, I think we kind of knew that it's going to take a while to change the direction of the tanker in the ocean, as it were. And there have been delays, quite well-trailed delays to the recruitment processes that would have fulfilled that structure. So we're kind of, we've sort of got there now, but obviously we want to see better improvements. If customers and constituents are saying they've got an issue, and if staff are saying they've got an issue, I think while it comes up here, I would hope that all elected members are raising that through the appropriate channels before it gets here. Because if we're talking about issues like last year's ward meeting, I would have hoped that the relevant directors would have known all about that by now. And hopefully that's been raised. And all of these things that we're hearing today are not necessarily new things, but they're clearly coming through today, because this is maybe the appropriate forum that it feels obvious to raise. But I feel the bullet points on page 492 and 493 don't maybe capture what elected members are saying, especially around the culture within the council, between staff, management, frontline staff and managers, etc. And maybe that's been picked up already by Lorna in terms of that report that's coming to ECS. But I'd very much welcome a similar type of staff survey, just to see, as a measurement, to see how far we've come since December 2023. Because we have to kind of be evidence-based about this. And while we've effectively got a new structure and we're now able to reflect on it, I'm looking at the proposal for the motion, or the additional amendment. To me, we've kind of got a restructure in place. It's done. Our business is about making it work and making sure that our staff are being communicated with properly and listened to, and that the services are getting delivered properly, and that's what our committees are for. Now, there may be things in there in the proposal, and I'm sure we'll end up going forward on some basis towards that, but how do we as elected members determine the council's fit for purpose delivers effectively? That's through what we do every day is meant to be about that. And everybody in this room, with the possible exception of Councillor Curry, welcome and congratulations, by the way, has had a shot at administration since 2022. Now, we've all had sight of this, we've all stuck our oar in various ways, and we all want the best for this council, as do the directors, I'm sure. But how we go about that next is like, well, what's the next step? And I think that's what we really want to hear back from this in terms of people strategy, and through yourself as Chief Exec, where do we go from here to make sure that the restructure delivers, or if it needs tweaked, that we do that so it delivers better. So, I mean, that would be my main point. Obviously, I think we're going to have a recess anyway to consider the recommendation in a bit more detail, but I'd welcome a response from that, and just on the staff survey and how we've gone from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader, for that contribution. I don't know, Dawn, if you want to come back and comment on any of that. Obviously, there wasn't any direct questions as such, but I'll give you the opportunity to come back, Dawn.
Thank you, and thank you, Leader. And perhaps Lorna will want to comment on the staff survey, particularly because that's one of the mechanisms that we use to seek feedback. And, I would just comment that, the collective will from members in this chamber, within this council, is, to make the council as effective as it can be in delivering for local communities. And, you know, within that, obviously, for members to be supported in your various roles and you know, in representing your communities. You know, I'm really keen on being, you know, I would be really keen to support, you know, us taking a step forward and moving forward. You know, we've had 18 months of the new structure. We're starting to see, you know, benefit come through, not fully in the way that perhaps members expected. And you've highlighted a number of issues that, you know, enables us to bring forward a particular focus moving forward. So I think it's about being able to consolidate, build on, and take account of, you know, the issues that you feel are most pertinent to address moving forward. So, you know, as the senior team is, you know, committed to supporting this council to be as effective as it can be, and deliver for local people. And it's about how do we, you know, for us, it's about being tangible about the things that we need to do to address, you know, what still needs to be addressed in taking forward the effectiveness of this organisation. And obviously the structure is part of that. So I just wanted to thank all members for their comments and contributions, and officers for responding to questions that have been raised. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I don't see any other members looking to come in. Obviously, there is an additional recommendation that's been proposed and seconded by a number of members across the chamber. I am going to call a recess because I'm conscious that, you know, we've been going for over an hour and a half already now, and just to give everybody the chance to reflect on that motion and for groups to have any discussions that they may wish to have. I'm aware lunch isn't here. I appreciate members have had their group meeting yet. It's not here as yet, although there is lunch ordered. But if we take a short recess till 1 o'clock and then come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. That is us back and live and being recorded once again. Members, I'm very aware of our standing orders and the fact that it's the convener that decides all matters of competency and relevancy, procedure and conduct of business, having taken advice from the proper officer. I'm going to call another recess, and I've got a number of questions that I'd like to discuss with the mover and seconder. So I'm going to call another recess. Lunch is also here. I've asked governance if they can facilitate that, and I appreciate the seconder is online. So if Councillor Jordan is able to join onto a Teams call, and the mover and I can have a quick discussion in terms of the competency of the additional amendment that's been proposed. So I would just call a further recess for this meeting, and if we come back at 1:45, because we have lunch here as well, and that gives members a chance to get some lunch, and then we can come back and move the meeting forward. Thank you.
Competency, but I could put in a motion, I could put in a requisition and get 11 members to sign it to have a special full council on any matter. That doesn't make sense to me, so I'm just asking for some clarity. Thank you.
Yep, so I just need to answer some questions around the competency on the additional amendment. So if I can have that discussion, and I would actually ask to have that discussion. If you don't wish to, have that discussion with me, then obviously I will take further advice from governance, but I'm offering that as an option to have a discussion so we can just get real clarity on what it is of the outcome of the additional recommendation. So I'm going to call the meeting short just now. We're going to come back at one point. Unless there's a specific standing order point, Councillor Gusty, I'll call the meeting to a close, and we'll come back, not to a close, to the recess.
It's not a standing order point, but I think all the elected members would like to know what the questions of competency are regarding
So we'll
this.
come back and discuss that at the 1:45. Thank you, members. Thank you, members, and you'll see that my microphone is now working properly, so appreciative of that. So, members, where we were is we are on item 11. We have had the report before us. We've had quite an extensive debate on that. There was an additional recommendation that was proposed by Councillor Wilson and seconded by Councillor Johnson. No, by Councillor Jordan, even. And I had a number of questions in terms of the competency. So I just want to say thank you to Councillor Wilson for meeting me on that one. And I'll maybe invite you to speak to your additional recommendation so we can move forward with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So have you got the...
I believe there's on. Oh, there we are on the screen.
I'm at a certain age where my memory is not quite what it was. So just following discussion with the convener, I have amended it slightly just to add a bit more context. So my thoughts were, I'm happy to be guided by other members in the chamber, but given all the issues that have been raised this morning, I do think that there should be a meeting between group leaders, deputy leaders and business managers. So this would be a members' meeting and then the agenda would then be set for a meeting of full council to discuss a way forward. So I think that's it, it's up there. So, but happy to, if anybody's got any other suggestions, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll maybe just turn to Councillor Jordan to just confirm that you're happy to still second the additional recommendations.
Yes, thank you very much, convener, and I'm happy to second Councillor Wilson's motion with the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader, your hand is up, and if anybody else has got any contributions, happy to hear.
Yeah, thanks, convener. And no, it was a helpful discussion, I think, just to try and make this, I suppose, get that assurance that it's deliverable. So I think it might be worth hearing from Vlad, just to sort of, in terms of process, but very comfortable that I think the idea is we get to a constructive place to take forward what the council delivers and how it delivers it, and I think that's probably a good step, just to have that meeting between the groups and the relevant folk from the groups, and then thrash out what we can have a dedicated full council meeting that's going to help deal with this. I think the concern was partly around special full council, which comes with its own standing orders issues, but this seems like a constructive way forward, so happy to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll just check in with Vlad in terms of the governance around the proposed additional recommendation.
Thank you, convener. A couple of thoughts just from the governance perspective. The first one is in regards to that last paragraph. Members might recall other instances in which what we tend to do in those circumstances is we bring it back to full council in terms of that overall agreement to the mandate as such of what has been requested. So subject to I'm in members' hands, but I think it's best practice to bring it back so that full council decides ultimately what needs to be taken forward, and all 43 members are involved in that would be my suggestion. And the other suggestion would be that in essence it doesn't have to be a specific full council meeting just for that one topic. It could potentially be added to one of the agendas of full council that we've already got in the diary, but that again I'm in members' hands in regards to that, but that would be kind of an effective way to deal with it.
Thank you, Vlad. I mean, I will come back to Councillor Wilson, but certainly I think the proposal is clear before that it would be for full council to be convened to determine a way forward. But I'll just maybe come back to Caroline. Councillor Wilson, is there any final comments that you wish to make?
Not really. Happy for it to come back, the kind of scope to come back if needed, but I'm kind of have had a bit of thought, and I'm just, if the meeting is between the group leader, the deputy leader and the business manager, I think they speak on behalf of the group, so I'm not sure it has to come back to full council, but obviously happy if other members would prefer it does come back to full council, just to agree the agenda, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. And yes, it does state, you're very clear in that the agenda will be set following the meeting. So it's for members to decide how that goes forward. And certainly as convener, I'm very clear that, you know, part of this is about ensuring that members have full oversight on that. So I don't see any other amendments on there. I am also aware that there was a number of actions that officers were agreed to take forward, and I'll maybe just turn to either Tracy or Vlad in terms of governance, just to capture those to ensure that we've got those going forward. So Vlad, are you able to speak to those actions just to ensure that we are moving forward in a constructive way and everybody's comments have been taken forward?
Yes, thank you, Convener. Yes, so a number of actions. I think one of them that I'll take forward in regards to the benchmarking report, which was requested, and rightly so is overdue, so we'll progress that. Nestdale Area Committee, there's an outstanding report as well, which was mentioned. EMES to look at improvements and quality of responses within that. Convener to provide those references as quoted, referring to similar-sized local authorities well in COSLA spokesperson role. I think you agreed to take that forward.
The wording on that one was like, I think it was in terms of comparable roles, not necessarily within local authorities. But I will feed back to Councillor Dorward as indicated on that. And if I need some clarity on the actual wording, I'll look back at the recording. Do you need to come back in again? Yep.
If that's okay, thank you, Convener. What I asked for was from you, it wasn't a personal question. I understand that. Can I finish what I'm saying, please? What I asked for was the comparable roles that were looked at as part of the process in COSLA and the rationale for agreeing. That's it. So that isn't just back for me, it's back for the whole of the Council. Thank you very much.
Okay, I mean, certainly I will look back to ensure that what you've asked for, if you're asking for sight of a confidential report that went to leaders which had specific information, that may not be able to be distributed widely, but certainly I will confer with COSLA officials who were the ones that took forward that independent review. But certainly we've got that taken down as an action, and we'll ensure that that's followed and put onto the action tracker as well for all members to ensure that all actions are completed. You want to? Yep.
Yep. Thank you, Convener. The next one was, there was reference to a Ward 1 event that took place last summer, and just to look into that and just any improvements that we can take forward. And the last bullet point I've got, which is in regards to the surveys and those who responded, and looking at the gradings of those who responded through either face-to-face or the surveys themselves, and I believe that was agreed as well.
Thank you, Vlad. So we have got the number of actions that we will take forward. We've got our recommendations before us. So members, are we content to note, consider and agree the additional recommendation as supported and provided by Councillor Wilson of 1, 2, 3, 4 and that additional fifth one? Are we happy to agree those? Okay. Thank you, members. So moving on to item 12, this is our inclusive leadership arrangements, and this is an updated report, and it provides elected members with an update on the operation of the Council's inclusive leadership arrangements, that being the Leaders Panel, the Budget Panel and the Business Bureau, following a request made by Leaders Panel. Members are also asked to consider arrangements for meetings between leader, deputy leader, area committee chairs, vice chairs and senior leadership team. So I've got Dawn Roberts here and we've got Vlad Valiente, who are both here to assist members with any questions on this report, with Nick Evans, Lorna Meehan, Gillian Dyson and Harry Hay also in attendance. So I would just open it up to any questions or comments, please. Just looking online, I'm not seeing any member wishing to come in. I'll give a few moments. If nobody wishes to come in, we can move straight to the recommendations in that case. So our recommendations, and I'll read them out in full. is to, one, note the update on the operation of the Council's inclusive leadership arrangements. 2, consider, as suggested by Leaders Panel, the standing down of the Business Bureau given the progress made in the regular sharing of Action Tracker and Forward Plan with all elected members, and ongoing engagement with political groups on council business as highlighted at sections 4.4.3 and 4.6.4. Number 3 is to agree the update to the budget panel arrangements as suggested by Leaders Panel to better reflect the role of political group finance leads at section 4.5.3, and agree to stand down liaison meetings between leader, deputy leader, area committee chairs, vice chairs and senior leadership team as set out in section 4.7. Leader, were you looking to come in on this one?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. It was just on 2.2, going beyond considering, which we've probably had time to do since we first got these papers, but I would suggest that we agree the standing down of the Business Bureau as a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, members. So with the addition of comments there in terms of recommendation 2, are we happy to note and agree the recommendations? Yes. Thank you, members. Item 13 is the annual review of standing orders. This report provided under the terms of Standing Orders 21.3, which states that the Council shall at least once every year review standing orders to determine whether any alteration should be considered. This report provides the recommendations from the Review of Standing Orders Subcommittee on the 6th of November 2025 for consideration and agreement of members in respect to standing orders presented in Appendix 1 and proposed amendments to the Council scheme of delegation. Again, I have Vlad here. I've got Vlad here to assist members with any questions. So again, I'll open it out to members for any comments or questions that you might have. I'm not seeing any hands up, so if members are content, I shall move to the recommendations. So are members content to note recommendation 1? We do need to determine whether any alteration to standing orders in recommendation 2, and there's not been any indication or debate on that one. Recommendation 3 is to agree the proposed amendments to the Council's scheme of administration and delegation to committees as set out in paragraph 4.8 to 4.10. And recommendation 4 is to agree the proposed amendments to the Council's scheme of delegation and responsibility to officers as set out in paragraph 4.13 to 4.14. So before we go to the agreement, I see Councillor Wilson, were you looking to come back in?
Just a quick question. See if we agree the proposed amendments to this Council scheme of delegation and responsibilities to officers, can we relook at that at a later date if we're agreeing that today? So thank you.
So this is an annual review that we do annually, so and that can go to the review of standing orders subcommittee. So yes, there's always an opportunity to amend that, and we have to look at that at least on an annual basis. Okay, Councillor Hill, were you looking to come in?
Yeah, thank you. Is there not some sort of rule, maybe a daft laddie question, that it can't be done within 6 months of this being agreed? Or is that not the case with standing orders and this? Just if we're looking at it in the restructuring part that Councillor Wilson's just stated, is there a 6-month clause that we can't look at it within that 6 months? Would we have to wait for 6 months before we do agree it and then we're not able to do anything if we need to, please?
So this has already been through the review of standing orders. We have to at least annually. My understanding, but I will come to Vlad, is full council can overturn the 6-month rule if there's a majority and will to do so. But Vlad, I'll come to you just to confirm the governance around how members have that ability to look at this.
Yes, thank you, Convener. There's an annual review of standing orders, schemes of delegations within that as well. But there's opportunities for full council, but also for officers, as and when we determine that there's an issue with the scheme of delegations in some form, to address that specific point. There's 3 specific things that are being considered in terms of some of the changes that have been proposed. So subject to those not changing within 6 months, but it's those specific ones. It's anything further. So for example, today you're agreeing the naming of Wigtown Area Committee. If you were to try and change that within 6 months, then you would require the kind of standing orders suspension at that point. But you're not looking at that. In the whole, we can look at the overall standing orders and reviews within that.
Thank you, and I'm seeing nods on that one. So, if there's no other comments or questions, if we move to the recommendations as read out previously, are we content to agree 1 to 4? Thank you, members. Item 14 is the Licensing Scotland Act of 2005, and it's sections 10, 11 and 14 and Schedule 2, the establishment of a local licensing forum. And this report is to determine arrangements for establishing, administrating and facilitating a local licensing forum within Dumfries and Galloway. I've got Sharon Davis, our licensing manager, and Caroline Traynor, who are here to assist members with any questions on this report. And again, I will invite members' contributions or questions. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, just to welcome the fact that this is being proposed now. It's something that I think we've been missing from the licensing area for a couple of years. I think just to get some people back onto this, I think there is interest growing and it will be beneficial to the area.
Thank you for that contribution. If there's no other members' questions or comments, then are we happy to agree the recommendations as detailed in the report 1 to 4? Agreed. Thank you, members. Item 15 is the appointments to outside bodies, and this report asks members to fill a vacancy on the Dumfries and Galloway NHS board in accordance with the Council scheme of representation on outside bodies, and to note a change to the representation on the Integration Joint Board. I've got Fraser Davis here as Improvement Development Officer, and he's here to assist members with any questions on the report. And I see Councillor McGregor's got her hand up and Councillor Jameson.
Thank you very much,
Bretty.
Convener. No questions specifically. It was just to propose Councillor McCammon for the NHS board appointment. I know that she's very keen to take on this position and fully understands the time commitment that's involved in it. And I think it would be highly beneficial to have somebody like Jackie on it, who's never sat on the Health and Social Care Partnership or the IJB previously, and can bring hopefully some fresh eyes to a very complex board. But the one question I would have is around the support that whoever represents on that board gets from either the council or the NHS, because I'm very mindful that when Chrissy was in the role, it was very time consuming. There was a lot of paperwork and there was absolutely zero support in going through that and ensuring that there was appropriate briefings for the board member. But I would propose Councillor McCammon.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Jameson next, please.
Thank you. I'd like to propose Councillor Andy McFarlane. Andy's he's got vast experience in the IGB, and I think he's got the experience and the knowledge and the commitment and the time to actually represent the council, in as much as we need somebody to stand up for the council's perspective as well as the wider picture. And Councillor McFarlane has clearly got the experience and the gravitas to cover that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Beretti, you're next on my list, please.
Yeah, I'll second Councillor Jameson's request. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've got Councillor Malcolm Johnson looking to go.
Thanks, Convener. Just to second Councillor McGregor.
I'll just check to see if there's no other contributions or comments that people want to make at this point. Obviously, we've got two names that have both been proposed and seconded. So in that case, is there any, I mean, I'll just check with Vlad in terms of the process of going forward. Obviously, this is a nomination to an outside body.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, it's straightforward to a roll call vote in terms of the motion and amendment as it currently stands. Motion being Councillor McGregor, putting forward Councillor McCammon, seconded by Councillor Malcolm Johnson, and the amendment being to propose Councillor McFarlane, and that was proposed by Councillor Jamieson and seconded by Councillor Baretti.
Thank you, Vlad. Councillor Ferguson, you've got your hand up online.
Yeah, just for a point of clarity here, Convener, my understanding, having been a local authority member of the NHS board, the appointment is by the Cabinet Secretary. We only nominate and the Cabinet Secretary will then appoint, just for clarity.
That's correct. I'm getting nods all down the room there, so thank you, Councillor Ferguson, for that point of clarity. I will just then, at this point, hand over to Vlad in terms of moving to a vote.
Thank you, Convener. Okay, yourself.
Amendment, please.
Deputy Convener.
Amendment.
Councillor Bell.
Motion.
Councillor Baretti.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Brodie. Amendment. Okay, we'll just scroll down. Councillor John Campbell.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Karen Carruthers. Councillor Karen Carruthers. Okay, we'll move to Councillor Curry.
Motion.
Councillor Dashpart.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Davis.
Motion, please.
Councillor Dennerley.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Dorward.
Abstain.
Councillor Ferguson.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Giusti.
Abstain.
Councillor Hill.
Abstain.
Councillor Howie.
Amendment.
Okay. Councillor Hislop.
Motion.
Councillor Ingalls.
Abstain.
Councillor Jamieson.
Amendment.
Councillor Malcolm Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Maureen Johnson.
Motion, please.
Councillor Jordan.
Abstain, please.
Councillor Little.
Amendment.
Councillor Lowe.
Amendment, please.
Councillor McGregor.
Motion, please.
Councillor McCammon. Councillor McCammon.
Motion.
Motion.
Motion,
Yeah.
please.
Councillor McFarlane.
Amendment.
Councillor Mayo.
Motion.
Councillor Marsh.
Abstain, please.
Councillor Stevenson. Online. Okay. Councillor Stitt.
Abstain.
Councillor Wilson.
Abstain, please.
Councillor Wood. Okay, no Councillor Wood. Councillor Young.
Amendment.
Okay, as members will see, motion had 10, amendment had 14, and therefore the amendment is carried.
Thank you, Vlad. So in terms of item 15, we were to appoint one elected member to the Dumfries and Galloway NHS board as detailed in the paragraphs 4.1 to 4.2. Following the vote, that member has been appointed or agreed to be Councillor Andy McFarlane. We're also being asked to note the change to the Conservative group representation on the Integration Joint Board as detailed in paragraphs 4.3 to 4.4. So are we content to agree and note 2, please, members? Yes. Thank you. Our next item, item 16, is the consultation of the future of council tax in Scotland. This report provides elected members with an overview of the joint Scottish Government and COSLA consultation on the future of council tax in Scotland and seeks members' consideration of a response to the consultation to be submitted on behalf of the council. We've got Lorna Mahan here, who is our Executive Director for Enabling and Customer Services, to assist members with any questions on this report, with Paul Garrett and Alex Clark also in attendance. So I will now invite members' questions and contributions, and Councillor John Campbell, your hand is shot up there.
Thanks very much, Convener. I won't say too much because I've got a chest infection, so it's quite sore when I'm speaking. But anyway, I'd like to propose a start at for 10. I do have a motion here with specific answers to the questions. I'm happy to send that one to governance so that they can either put it up on the board or share it with other groups. So if you just give us a wee second.
We have it on the screen
here.
You've
got it up
We've got it on the screen, okay. And I believe it has been circulated.
Thank you. That saves me a job. So I'm happy to propose that motion and listen to any discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Dashper, your hand is also up, please.
Thanks, Convener. Just to second Councillor Campbell on his motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So appreciate your comments there was about this being a starter for discussion. Certainly the report is asking us to consider and agree a council response. I'm conscious the motion has been sent to governance and whether members want to take some time, because obviously we need a debate, and I'm aware that Lorna is here to gather all views on this so we can come to a council position potentially. So I'm in your hands, members. What time are we? We are coming up to 2:15. I'll maybe say 15 minutes for members to consider, and I appreciate, this is quite a significant consultation that will affect every single member of public. So if we need longer to consider before we come back into debate, I'm more than happy to leave that in your hands. But for now, if we have a break for 15 minutes in order for all members, and Tracy will ensure that that's been sent to all members for their consideration, which it has. So if we reconvene again at 2:30. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. So, first of all, I would just check, do members feel that they've had enough time to consider the item before us? Yep. Okay, thank you. So, obviously, there is a motion that has been proposed and seconded with, as I think the phrase was used, starter for that one. So, I'll just open up the floor. And Councillor Dorward, your hand's popped up.
Thank you, Convener. We'd like to propose an amendment to that. Just before that, we certainly welcome the paper's appears based on sound, good democratic socialist principles, i.e. everyone pays their fair share. But we are aghast at the length of time it's taken for the SNP.
Can I ask you to just slow down slightly, please, just for the interpreters?
Of course you can.
Thank you.
But we are aghast at the length of time it's taken for the SNP government to get their act together on this. In 2004, John Swinney said he would axe the council tax. In 2007 and 2011, Alex Salmond and Nicola Sturgeon said they would abolish it in their manifestos. So it's taken the SNP 21 years to get this going, and even now they're not abolishing but reviewing and consulting. That's not surprising given their track record. But regarding the SNP group motion, we view this as a blatant attempt by them to circumvent the council consultation process to an SNP-led government, albeit it may be well-meaning. We therefore move that we stay with the recommendations as per the presented paper, with an assurance that we will, for our own consultation purposes, meet the published deadline and ensure all relevant stakeholders have the opportunity to consider all relevant questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. I'll maybe come to Vlad in terms of the governance of this, because obviously we're being asked to agree a member's response, but obviously if we don't want to agree a response today, then I just need to confirm that we won't be putting in a response at all, because the consultation that's been provided to all of us is sitting blank just now for us to fill out. So in terms of the process, in order to ensure that this is a council response, because obviously we all as individuals or as a group can respond individually to that. So I'll maybe turn to Vlad in terms of governance, although if it's more appropriate, I'll come to Lorna. But Vlad, I'll come to yourself first of all, please.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, in terms of the governance, the 2.3 of what's been recommended is to consider and agree a council response, but that's for council to determine whether a response goes in and what the terms of that's to be. So I don't know if colleagues have anything. So yeah, and then there's a kind of 2.4 element of it, which would be only deployed subject to 2.3. So just for members to be aware of that. So obviously, normally we take a sounding from members in these type of consultations. We try and compile the response as delegated, and thereafter submit that on your behalf. But it's fully within Council's ultimate decision making.
So I'll come back to you, and then I've got Councillor McGregor looking to come in as well. But Councillor Dorward, did you want to come back on that one?
I'm happy to let Councillor McGregor come in the first instance, Convener.
Councillor McGregor.
Thanks very much, Convener. I think it's just unfortunate that this wasn't discussed at the December meeting, which would have given us a bit more time to meet this deadline. I think it would be very difficult for the Council to come to a united position on a response with this, because this is going to be based on the responses of our constituents, and I don't know what my constituents think around questions 3, 8, 10, 12, etc. I think with the assurance that the Executive Director will come round the political groups to get a steer, because there will be some questions that we simply can't answer because we don't know. There'll be others that we probably want council tax to be kept at local level rather than national level. That would be an absolute position of the council, I'm sure of that. But I think there's other questions that will be almost impossible for us to answer. So I would second Councillor Dorward on, caveated with the fact that somebody would come round our group in the next week. And then if we can't form a position before the 30th of January, you know, through group leaders and leader and convener, we simply don't submit a response.
So I would just check, are you looking to propose an alternative recommendation 3 and 4? Because the way the papers are written were to note the contents of the consultation, note the background. We're being asked to consider and agree, which you're proposing we don't do, and then subject to considering and agreeing that, delegating to the Executive Director in consultation with political group leaders, as we have done in the past. So if we're taking out recommendation 3 and 4, do we have an alternative recommendation that you would like us to consider? And I'll maybe bring that to Councillor Dorward as the mover of that. And if we need 5 minutes, we can take that. But I would certainly politely ask if there's an alternative recommendation. Absolutely. So it is 14:37 just now. If we I mean, you can have longer if you like. Or okay, let's reconvene at 1:45 at 45. Thank you. Thank you, members. Apologies, that's a little bit over the 1:45. So we are on item 16, the consultation on the future of council tax in Scotland. The recommendations are published in the paper as such, and we were taking a short recess in order for any potential new amendments to come in. So, Councillor Dorward, you were looking to come back in prior to the recess there.
Thank you very much, Convener. Yes, consultation with colleagues has been extremely valuable, and reviewing the amendment to say broadly within the recommendations as per the presented paper, removing 2.3, and for 2.4, removing the words subject to 2.3. End.
Can you repeat that? Sorry. So you're wanting to leave the recommendations 1, 2 and 3, did you say?
No, I will say it again slowly.
Do you want to maybe circulate it, or can we ensure?
I've done it already. Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of a seconder for that, we're still waiting to get it up on screen, so I appreciate members might want to see what the additional proposals were.
I think I'd already seconded.
Are you happy to agree the seconds? Yep, okay. So for members who don't have access and who haven't seen it, as I say, we are still waiting for that to come through on email. I'll maybe just hold on 1 second. Yep, here we are. So the proposal is to note recommendation 1, note recommendation 2, delete recommendation 3. Oh, well, it's on the screen now. So, agree to delegate to the Executive Director of Enabling Customer Services in consultation with convener, council leader and political group leaders to compile and submit the council's response by the published deadline. So, I'll maybe just turn to Vlad in terms of governance. Or, leader, do you want to come in on that one, please?
Yeah, and apologies for missing the start of the reconvened item. But so I'm conscious that there may be a difficulty in actually compiling an agreed council response. I think that point was maybe made earlier. So I think the spirit of that's fine in terms of 3, but if we reach a point where we can't agree, even amongst group leaders, then it may be that we can't submit a council response and we just have to submit individual responses from our groups. So is the council prepared for that outcome as well, if 3 doesn't materialise in a shared opinion, if you like?
Councillor McGregor, you were looking to come in.
Yeah, thank you. And I kind of encapsulated that it might not be possible to come to a council response given the complexity of the questions and us not knowing what our constituents desire. Each individual can fill it in themselves anyway. Political groups can fill it in if they wish to. I think there are some questions that could be answered on a whole council basis. So it may well be that we send a response but not a complete response, or we may end up not sending a response at all. But I think the key thing is that we probably should have had somebody coming round the groups prior to the previous full council meeting, as we often do with consultations, and we might not have been in that situation now, but shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Thank you for that. But yes, I appreciate all the comments there. This has been published since the beginning of December. I would just remind members as well. But we have got a motion on the table.
That's not what I was alluding to. Normally when the council is putting together a consultation, the appropriate director and staff will reach out to the political groups and say, can we come round your political groups to discuss the consultation response on the national park, the consultation response on the 4.5-day week, whatever. We didn't have that for this, so although we've had the paper since the beginning of December, there's been no engagement with political groups on the subject matter.
Thank you for that. And we do have an agreed consultation process that this has adhered to as well, so just for that point. But we do have the agenda amendment up here for item 16, so if members are content, are we happy to agree the amended recommendations for 1 and 2 as printed in our papers, and 3 that has been circulated and amended? Up to seeing coming up, Councillor Dashboard, were you looking to come in with a question?
Just an observation, really. But you know, we've had this paper in front of us for over a month now, And, you know, it looks like the SNP group are the only ones who've done their homework. We're the only group who have actually looked at the questions in front of us and provided answers. It is up to other political groups to do exactly the same. And considering we've heard it quite writ large from members this morning about how this isn't a member-led council, I don't know what the appropriate democratic avenue would be to answer these questions other than full council, which is the meeting that we're having today. Thanks.
Thank you. Certainly, we have got the agreed recommendations before us, so if members are content, we will note those and agree. Thank you, members. Item 17 is the Dumfries and Galloway Council Armed Forces Champion Annual Report. Now, unfortunately, Councillor Driver isn't able to join us today and has had to submit apologies, but we are being asked to consider an overview of the activities undertaken by Councillor Driver as our Council's Armed Forces Champion, Councillor Archie Driver, MBE, for the period of the 1st of April 2024 to the 31st of March 2025. And I'm going to hand over to Councillor Stitt, who's going to say a few words on behalf of Archie. But before I do so, I'll just put on my record my thanks to Archie for all the hard work that he's done. I think we can all agree that he's been a huge champion of this. But Councillor Stitt, I'll come to yourself, please.
Thanks, Convener. I apologise for not being present today as I'm getting results from my scan in Edinburgh. And thanks to Councillor David Stitt for saying this on my behalf. Convener, I am pleased to put forward my annual report to members for 2024-25 and hope that noting that members will support my call to say thank you to the public for attending these events. To all officers involved for their support, especially Hazel Kerr, who has now moved to a new job. She has been inspirational in the support she has given me along with ward officers, the communities team, heads of thriving communities and Liz Manson. It would not be possible to do all this without the support of members being at events or as part of the First Contact Group, as well as all our partner agencies. I am particularly proud of all our region and third sector organisations that have supported veterans and serving personnel, reservists and cadet force adults and young people. The 80th anniversaries of BE and BG days were well attended and supported, as was the RBLS conference. The Armed Forces Week had not only the parade on Saturday and the flag raisings on Monday, but the Best Kept War Memorial competition as well, in which we've seen locally a lot of presentations to our communities who have supported us over the last 5 years. The laying of wreaths at every War Memorial Remembrance Day could not be done without the help of our communities, our partners and our elected members. Thank you to all who supported this. Convener, I commend this report to the Chamber and happy to take any questions with the old saying, if I don't have the answer, I know someone that does. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stitt. So I think it's really appropriate that we do all, as I say, note the hard work that's done. And in fact, our recommendations are to note the activities. But are there any comments or contributions from members? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Convener. I think it's just to put on record our thanks to Archie, Councillor Driver, as well. And as we're all aware, during this reporting period, Archie's went through some significant treatment, and obviously we'd like to wish him well. But I think the fact that he's still shown up at all these events actually shows what, how committed he is to that role and how much it means to him. So just thank you to Councillor Driver. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Leader, oh no, Chrissy. Sorry, Councillor Hill.
Thank you. Yeah, on behalf of the Navanti Group, can I also say a huge thank you to Archie. It's not easy when you're not very well, particularly as elected member, because you feel as if you're letting people down. And Archie has been a trooper, and he's continued to work really, really hard for his communities. So yeah, a big thank you from us as well. He's doing a tremendous job. Thank you.
Thank you for those. So, members, if we're happy to note, and as I say, I put our thanks on record as well to Councillor Driver, I think that's appropriate. So, item 17, if we're happy to agree. Yes? Thank you, members. item 21 is... Yep. Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Appreciate that sometimes if anybody needs to leave the meeting, they can join online. So our item 21 is our notice of motion regarding the World Cup in 2026. And before moving to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee so that we may discuss it? Are we happy to agree? Thank you, members. So thank you, and I'm conscious that the Scottish Government has proposed a national bank holiday on the 15th of June 2026 to celebrate Scotland's participation in the World Cup. That is something that members should consider through Leaders' Panel and at a future full council meeting if required. For today's purpose, if I could ask members to concentrate on the item at hand, in which members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Davies-Stitt and seconded by it's written as Councillor Sean Marshall, but I believe Councillor Wilson is going to formally second that today. So I will pass over to Councillor Stitt and to move your motion, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Convener. I didn't believe in the 8th wonder of the world, but Scotland qualified for the World Cup as the 8th wonder of the world. But just thought I'd brought in this for it because there is two local lads from Dumfries who are playing for Scotland. Firstly, we've got Grant Hanley, born and educated in Dumfries as a youth played for Queen's, Crewe Alexandra and Rangers. Age 16, signed professional contract with Blackburn Rovers, later played for Newcastle, Norwich and Birmingham, where he played alongside fellow Scottish international Lyndon Dykes. Grant now plays for Hibernian, capped 66 times for Scotland, and he is the 14th most capped player for Scotland. Lyndon Dykes, although born in Australia, his parents are from this area, Dad Andy from Monday Hive, and Mum Julie, who runs a shop in the High Street in Dumfries. Lyndon played a number of sports in his youth, but chose football, came to Scotland to try his luck at football. Got his break with Queen of South, transferred to Livingston and then QPR, has played with Birmingham City and now is signed for Charlton Athletic. Lyndon has been capped 48 times for Scotland. His big sister Holly was a gold medal gymnast for Australia at the 2008 Commonwealth Games. Mum Julie claims the credit for their sporting prowess since she is a former sports champion at Dumfries Academy. Both Grant and Lyndon played a big part in Scotland's qualification World Cup finals next year, so they'll be proud of their achievements, and I think they deserve all the credit they get.
Thank you, Councillor Stitt. Councillor Wilson, I'll come to you to second.
Thank you. I think Councillor Stitt's covered everything, so I'm just happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will open it up to members for debate if there's any contribution that anybody wishes to come forward. I'm not seeing anything in the chamber, but obviously we have got the notice of motion to consider, and part of that is to agree that the convener writes to the two players and thanks them for their contribution to Scottish football. I'm more than delighted to take that forward on behalf of the council, so thank you for bringing forward that motion. So unless there's any other comments on that, the recommendations will, one, to agree to withdraw delegation, which we have done, and then subject to that decision to consider the terms, and certainly thank you to the movers and seconders for that one if we're content to agree the motion as is. Yep, thank you, members. So, moving on to item 22, the next notice of motion is titled Serious Incidents in Schools. Before moving to the detail of the report, again, given the subject matter, can we first agree to remove the delegation from Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee so that we can discuss this? Agreed. Thank you, members. So members are being asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Caroline Wilson, seconded by Councillor Pauline Drydesdale. I'm conscious that Pauline isn't... Nope, I've got the wrong one there. Let me just double check. Apologies. It's Paula Stevenson who is doing that. And I believe, is Paula online? I appreciate she's no longer in the chamber, so I'll just double check. Caroline?
She's no longer in the meeting, so Councillor Dorward will second my motion.
Councillor Dorward. Okay, no, thank you very much. So I will hand the floor over to yourself, Councillor Wilson, to propose your motion, and then I'll come to Councillor Dorward to formally second it. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. And I don't want to go back over item 11, but this maybe is something I have brought forward to full council because I felt I've had no other choice given the responses I got. So we're all aware that incidents in our school continue to rise. Violent incidents increased from 3,032 during the 23-24 academic year to 3,173 in the 2024-25 year, with 1,707 of those incidents directed at our staff. This trend is deeply concerning and demands urgent action. However, this motion arises from a knife incident that occurred in one of the schools within my ward. I did not learn of this incident from the school or the council, but instead through a police report presented at a community council meeting 6 weeks after the incident took place. During that entire period, there was no communication to ward members, and more importantly, no communication to parents. To say that I was disappointed is an understatement, both as the ward member and as a parent of a child at that school. When this incident later appeared on the front page of the local newspaper, parents were understandably alarmed and frustrated that the media was informing them before the school or the council did, and I think this is unacceptable. I did contact the director and was told that policies and procedures had been followed, and I asked what policy had been used and requested a copy. However, I've still to receive that, and that is why today's motion seeks to ensure that a clear, robust policy comes forward for approval at the next Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee. This incident highlighted three major issues for me as a ward member, but more importantly as a parent. First, we must address the overall rise in school incidents. Staff and pupils must feel safe in their learning environment, and the current upward trend cannot continue. Second, we need clear policies and procedures that are consistently applied and readily accessible. And third, communication must improve. Ward members and, most critically, parents and carers must be fully and promptly informed when serious incidents occur in our schools. And I hereby formally move my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Dorward, I'll come to yourself to second.
Thank you, Convener. I've nothing to add to Councillor Wilson's eloquent speech, but I'm more than happy to second her motion. Thank you.
Thank you both. So we shall open this up to debate. I'll also confirm we've got Jim Brown here from Education to answer any specific questions members may have. So I'll just open it out to members' debate. Councillor Little, I'll come to yourself, please.
Thank you, Convener. Just want to thank Councillor Wilson for bringing this forward, but just to assure her as well that following a separate incident, I did raise this with the Education Committee, well, with the Director, and this work that's required in this motion is actually underway, so it should be a good way towards coming forward with a report for that.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Jameson, your hand is up as well, please.
Yeah, again, it's to thank Councillor Wilson for bringing this up. As Tracy said, we've already brought this up, and we've had previously brought the situation up. As a wee bit of a exemplar, I know that in an academy I've worked really well with the council officers, the police, school council, parents, etc., and the children, and we've now got a security fence around and an academy, which has been a big help in reassuring pupils, staff, etc., that we are taking steps where steps are required. But that doesn't take away the need for a review of all security and any such incidents that might happen. But that's just an example of what can be done with good cooperation with the council and the public and the police. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other members. Oh, Councillor Dashford, apologies.
Thank you. I think any motion which is calling for a report on more information is worth having agreed and put before us. However, I do just want to state that there was unfortunately a similar incident in Stranraer Academy last year, and myself as a ward member, I was emailed by the Directorate. So there is precedence for when these incidents happen, and there has been communication on my end. I just want to put that on record. Thanks.
Thank you for those comments. I'll maybe just come to Jim in a second just to see if there's any reflections that you want to feed back, certainly as the Assistant Director of Schools. But Jim, I'll pass the floor to you if you want to say any words or comments back to the points that have been made here today.
Happy to do so, Convener. Thank you for the comments, councillors. And obviously we'll bring back a report. We do have extant procedures in place, and I think it's perfectly reasonable to consider in a case-by-case basis whether those processes were followed. In the case you've mentioned, Councillor Wilson, you'll know that, or it's worth saying, that the school acted in line with procedure, but I nonetheless recognise the points you made, and I think it's perfectly appropriate for me to evaluate whether the right decision was made not to cascade further. So happy to bring a report back to the next Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee. Many thanks.
Thank you for that. So, I mean, I'll maybe just come to Councillor Wilson if there's any final words you want to sum up in terms of your notice of motion.
No, happy if there's a report coming back, thank you. And just communication, if that could be better, that would be much appreciated, thank you.
Thank you very much. So if we move to the recommendations, we have already agreed to withdraw the delegation from Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing, and we have considered the notice of motion, and we have agreed that the report should come forward. So thank you, members, for that. We shall move on to the final part of our published agenda, which is the minutes for approval. So if I run through those, I'll look for the mover and seconder where appropriate. So first one is Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee of the 20th of November. Can I have a mover and seconder, please?
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Castle Douglas Common Good Fund Subcommittee of the 17th of September.
Happy to move, Convener. Happy to second.
Perfect, thank you. The Climate, Environment and Biodiversity Subcommittee of the 1st of October.
Happy to move.
The Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 6th of November. Councillor Dorwood, are you able to possibly move?
Happy to move.
Thank you. Could either Councillor Ferguson or Councillor Stitt second that?
Happy to second.
Happy to move. Yeah, happy to second. Oh, right in there.
Okay, thank you. The Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 13th of November.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Can I just check, were you at that one, Councillor Stitt? I'm not sure. Is Councillor Davis or Councillor Lowe able to second that? I appreciate there's been quite a number of apologies today, so...
I'm happy to second that, Convener.
Perfect. Thank you. The Economy and Infrastructure Committee of the 4th of November.
Happy move. Happy to second.
Thank you. Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing on the 11th of November.
Happy to move, Convener.
Happy to second.
The Employment and Appeals Subcommittee of the 24th of September.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Employment and Appeals Subcommittee of the 28th of October.
Be again to move, Convener.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Enabling and Customer Services Committee of the 18th of November.
Happy to move.
Second.
The Local Review Body of the 15th of May 2025.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
The Local Review Body of the 11th of June 25. Can you move that?
I don't know if I was there, Chair.
I believe you were back in June 25 last year.
I'll move it, but I feel like I was an apology.
Maybe Councillor Hislop, were you able to move or second that one?
Happy to move or second, whichever point we're at.
There we go.
Councillor Blake,
Councillor Blake, are you still with us
Happy
online?
to second.
Perfect, thank you so much. The local review body of the 18th of June.
Happy to move. Second.
Thank you. The local review body of the 28th of October.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Thank you. The local review body of the 18th of September.
Happy to move. Happy second.
The local review body of the 25th of November.
Happy to move.
Oh, we've got two movers and
Happy to
seconders,
second.
thank you. And the Lockerbie and Lochmaiden Common Good Subcommittee of the 17th of September.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Thank you. And then finally, the review of Standing Orders Subcommittee of the 6th of November.
Move.
Second.
Thank you very much. It's been a busy period of time, so great to get those approved. So, members, you'll be absolutely delighted to hear I have no further urgent items of business requiring a decision. I'm not sure if that is the longest record for a full council. Appreciate we've gone over the 2 meetings, but I think there's been a lot of really important decisions, and thank you so much for all your contributions. Thank you, members.